Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the ancient kingdom of Midland, where mist-shrouded mountains touched the sky and forests whispered secrets of old, a storm was brewing. Not in the heavens, but in the very heart of power itself. Prince Cassius, heir to the Crimson Throne, stood upon the highest tower of Castle Windhelm, his emerald eyes scanning the horizon as the first rays of dawn painted the world in hues of gold and crimson. The young prince's hand rested on the pommel of his sword, a gift from his late father. Its weight was a constant reminder of the responsibility that rested upon his shoulders. But on this fateful morning, Cassius could not shake the feeling that something was terribly amiss. As if in answer to his unspoken fears, a blood-curdling scream shattered the morning calm. Cassius whirled around, his heart pounding as he saw plumes of black smoke rising from the castle's eastern wing. The air crackled with malevolent energy, and the very stones beneath his feet seemed to tremble. "Your Highness," a guard burst onto the tower, his face pale with terror. "We're under attack. It's your uncle, Lord Malakar. He's summoned demons." Cassius's blood ran cold. His uncle, always ambitious, always lurking in the shadows of power. But this was beyond anything he could have imagined. With no time to don his armor, Cassius raced through the castle corridors, sword in hand. The scenes that greeted him were ones of nightmare. Royal guards lay broken and bloodied, their weapons useless against the otherworldly horrors that now stalked the halls. Demonic entities, with eyes of flame and claws that rent steel like parchment, turned their hungry gazes upon the young prince. Fighting down his terror, Cassius raised his sword. The blade gleamed with an inner light, a legacy of the royal bloodline that flowed through his veins. As the first demon lunged, Cassius met it with a swift, decisive strike. The creature howled as the blessed steel bit deep, its form dissolving into acrid smoke. But for every foe he felled, 3 more seemed to take its place. Cassius fought with all the skill his years of training had given him, but he knew it was a losing battle. His uncle's treachery had caught the kingdom completely unawares. As he rounded a corner, Cassius came face to face with Lord Malakar himself. His uncle's eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light, and in his hand he held a pulsing egg-like object of Behelit, the accursed key to demonic power. "Oh, nephew," Malakar's voice dripped with malice. "How kind of you to join us. I'm afraid your reign ends before it begins." With a gesture, Malakar summoned a wave of darkness that swept Cassius off his feet. The young prince crashed through a stained glass window, plummeting towards the jagged rocks below. As consciousness faded, Cassius's last thought was a prayer to whatever gods might be listening. Save Midland. When Cassius awoke, he found himself not broken upon the rocks, but lying in a bed of moss in a forest clearing. Standing over him, face etched with lines of hardship and eyes that had seen too much, was a man clad in black armor, the legendary black swordsman Guts. "You're lucky to be alive," Princeling Guts growled, his massive sword resting on his shoulder. "The spirits of the forest sensed your bloodline and cushioned your fall. But luck won't keep you breathing for long. Not with what's coming." As Cassius struggled to his feet, the events of the morning came rushing back. "My uncle, he's taken the throne. I have to go back. I have to stop him." Guts' laugh was bitter and devoid of humor. "With what army, boy? Your uncle's made a pact with the God Hand. He's got demons at his beck and call. You'd be dead before you set foot in the castle." Cassius's fists clenched in frustration. "Then what am I supposed to do? Just let him destroy everything my father built?" For a long moment, Guts was silent, his gaze distant, as if seeing something far beyond the forest clearing. When he spoke again, his voice was low and tinged with an emotion Cassius couldn't quite place. There's an old prophecy about a prince with the blood of kings who could stand against the tide of darkness. Never put much stock in prophecies myself, but he fixed Cassius with a piercing stare. Maybe it's time I did, and so began Cassius's journey from prince to warrior. Under Gut's harsh tutelage, he learned to fight not just with skill, but with a ferocity born of desperation. They traveled the length and breadth of Midland, witnessing firsthand the devastation wrought by Malakar's demonic forces. Villages lay in ruins, their inhabitants slaughtered, or worse, transformed into mindless apostles. The once verdant fields were scorched and barren, and always, the sky seemed to grow darker, as if the very light was being drained from the world. But amidst the darkness, they found pockets of resistance. A band of mercenaries led by the fierce Koska, their hearts burning with vengeance against the demons that had taken everything from them. The reclusive witch Shirk, whose arcane knowledge proved invaluable in understanding the nature of the evil they faced. And Farnese, a former holy knight whose faith had been shaken to its core, now seeking redemption through action rather than prayer. As their small band grew, so too did Cassius's strength and resolve. He bore witness to horrors that would have broken a lesser man, but with each trial, each narrow escape and hard-won victory, he felt himself changing. The naive prince was being forged into something harder, something capable of facing the nightmare that his kingdom had become. But the true test of Cassius's mettle came not in battle, but in the quiet moments between. It was in these times that doubt would creep in, whispering that perhaps he was not the prophesied savior, that all their struggles were in vain. It was then that Guts, in his own gruff way, would remind Cassius of the stakes. "You think you're special, kid," Guts would say, his voice rough but not unkind. "You're not. You're just the one who's here, the one who's chosen to stand and fight. That's all it takes. The will to keep moving forward, even when everything's gone to hell." Those words became Cassius's mantra, a shield against the despair that threatened to overwhelm him. And as they pushed deeper into demon-held territory, drawing ever closer to the corrupted heart of Midland, Cassius began to understand the true meaning of kingship. It wasn't about thrones or crowns, but about the willingness to sacrifice everything for those who looked to you for protection. Their journey led them to ancient ruins, where they uncovered secrets long forgotten. They learned of the true nature of the God Hand, the beings that lurked beyond the veil of reality, pulling the strings of human destiny. And they discovered the existence of the Crimson Behelit, the key to undoing Malakar's pact with the demons. But knowledge came at a terrible price. With each step closer to their goal, the forces arrayed against them grew stronger. Apostles hunted them relentlessly, forcing them to fight not just for victory, but for simple survival. Cassius watched as friends fell, their sacrifices etched into his heart, fueling his determination to see their mission through. As they neared the capital, now a twisted parody of its former glory, Cassius found himself standing once more atop a high tower. But this time, he was not alone. Guts stood beside him, the massive dragon slayer sword gleaming in the eerie light. Koska, Shirk, Farnese, and the others who had joined their cause gathered around, each bearing the scars of their long and arduous journey. Below them stretched a sea of demons, their inhuman cries rising into the night. At the center of it all stood Castle Windhelm, once Cassius's home, now dark fortress pulsing with malevolent energy. And atop its highest spire, visible even at this distance, was the monstrous form of what had once been Lord Malakar, transformed by his unholy pact into something no longer human. Cassius took a deep breath, feeling the weight of destiny upon his shoulders. The prophecy, the struggles, the losses and victories, it had all led to this moment. He turned to his companions, these brave souls who had chosen to stand with him against the darkness. "Whatever happens," he said, his voice steady and clear, "know that it has been my greatest honor to fight alongside each of you. We may not all see the dawn, but I swear by all that is holy, Midland will." Guts gave a grunt that might have been approval. "Save the speeches, Princeling. We've got a kingdom to take back. As one," they raised their weapons. The final battle for the soul of Midland was about to begin. And as Cassius charged forward, his blade gleaming with the light of hope, he knew that win or lose, their story would be told for generations to come. The tale of a fallen prince, a cursed swordsman, and the unlikely band of heroes who dared to challenge the god hand itself. The night was long, and the road ahead perilous. But for the first time since that fateful morning, when his world had been torn asunder, Prince Cassius felt the stirring of true hope in his heart. For in the face of overwhelming darkness, they had chosen to be the light. And in that choice lay the power to reshape destiny itself. Story 2. In the shadow-draped metropolis of Falconia, where obsidian spires pierced the twilight sky and golden eagles soared between alabaster towers, a storm was brewing, not in the heavens, but in the hearts of men. Young Raiden, a swordsman with eyes like burnished steel and hair as dark as a raven's wing, stood atop the city's ancient walls, his keen gaze scanning the bustling streets below. The city of the Hawk King, they called it, a beacon of hope in a world ravaged by darkness and despair. Yet Raiden knew better. Beneath the gleaming facade of prosperity and peace, a sinister plot was taking root, one that threatened to plunge not just Falconia, but the entire world into an abyss of chaos. As night fell, Raiden slipped through the city's winding alleys, his footsteps as silent as a cat's. The air was thick with the scent of incense and fear, a palpable tension that seemed to grow with each passing moment. He had overheard whispers in the shadows, fragments of a conspiracy that chilled him to the bone. The Hawk King, the savior of Midland, was to be assassinated. Raiden's mind raced as he made his way to the towering citadel at the heart of Falconia. He had to warn someone, anyone who would listen. But who could he trust in a city where loyalty was as fleeting as the morning mist? As he approached the citadel's gates, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall and lithe, with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. Griffith, the Hawk King himself. You seek an audience, young swordsman? Griffith's voice was melodious, yet tinged with an otherworldly quality that sent shivers down Raiden's spine. Raiden dropped to one knee, his heart pounding. My lord, I bring grave news. There is a plot against your life. Griffith's expression remained impassive, but something flickered in the depths of his eyes. Rise, Raiden. Walk with me. As they strode through the moonlit gardens of the citadel, Raiden recounted everything he had uncovered. The whispered meetings in abandoned temples, the strange symbols etched into ancient stones, the name that was spoken with both reverence and terror, the Order of the Crimson Eclipse. Griffith listened in silence, his ethereal beauty a stark contrast to the darkness of the news. When Raiden finished, the Hawk King turned to him, his gaze piercing. You have shown great courage in bringing this to me, Raiden. But courage alone will not be enough to face what is to come. Before Raiden could respond, the air around them seemed to ripple and distort. A portal of swirling darkness materialized, and from it emerged a figure that seemed to be carved from the night itself. The Skull Knight, a legend made flesh. The wheels of fate turned once more. The Skull Knight intoned, his voice echoing with the weight of centuries. The Order of the Crimson Eclipse seeks to awaken that which should remain forever dormant. The slumbering god must not rise. Griffith's eyes narrowed. You speak of void. The first of the god hand, the Skull Knight nodded, his skeletal visage somehow conveying a sense of grim determination. The very same. Should he awaken, the world as we know it will be consumed by darkness eternal. Raiden's head spun as he tried to grasp the magnitude of what he was hearing. Gods and demons, apocalyptic prophecies, it was far beyond anything he had imagined when he first uncovered the assassination plot. Griffith turned to Raiden, his voice carrying a note of command that brooked no argument. Raiden, you have proven yourself both observant and loyal. I have need of such qualities in the dark days ahead. Will you stand with me against this threat? Raiden's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. Until my last breath, my lord, a ghost of a smile played across Griffith's lips. Then let us prepare for war. The next days passed in a whirlwind of activity. Raiden found himself thrust into a world he had only glimpsed from afar. He trained with the elite warriors of the Band of the Hawk, honing his skills to a razor's edge. He pored over ancient tomes with scholars and mystics, learning of forgotten magics and eldritch beings that lurked beyond the veil of reality. And always, always there was Griffith. The Hawk King moved through it, all with a grace and purpose that seemed almost supernatural. Raiden found himself in awe of Griffith's strategic mind and charismatic leadership, even as a part of him remained wary of the otherworldly aura that clung to the man like a second skin. As the days turned to weeks, they uncovered more about the Order of the Crimson Eclipse, an ancient cult that predated even the first kingdoms of men. They had long sought to bring about the awakening of Void. With each piece of the puzzle that fell into place, the gravity of the situation became ever clearer. The Order had infiltrated every level of society, from the lowest peasants to the highest nobles. They had spent centuries gathering artifacts of immense power, preparing for the moment when the stars would align and the ritual could begin. And that moment was fast approaching. On the eve of the summer solstice, Raiden stood atop the highest tower of Falconia, looking out over the city he had sworn to protect. The air was heavy with anticipation, as if the very world was holding its breath. "It begins tonight," Griffith's voice came from behind him. The Hawk King stood resplendent in his white armor, his sword Frostmourne gleaming at his side. "Are you prepared for what is to come, Raiden?" Raiden nodded, his own armor a stark contrast of midnight black. "I am, my lord. Whatever the cost, we must prevent the awakening of Void." As if in response to his words, a blood-red moon began to rise on the horizon. The city below erupted into chaos as cultists of the Crimson Eclipse revealed themselves, their mad chants echoing through the streets. Griffith raised Frostmourne high, its blade catching the crimson light of the moon. "For Falconia, for the world of light." With a roar, the band of the Hawk took to the streets. Raiden found himself in the thick of the battle, his sword singing as it clove through cultists and summoned demons alike. The air crackled with magic as sorcerers on both sides unleashed arcane fury. Through it all, Raiden kept his eyes on Griffith. The Hawk King moved like a force of nature, his sword leaving trails of silver light in its wake. Yet even as they pushed back the tide of darkness, Raiden could sense that this was merely the prelude to a greater conflict. As the night wore on, the true plan of the Order became clear. The battle in the city was a distraction. The real ritual was taking place in the ancient catacombs beneath Falconia, where the veil between worlds was at its thinnest. Griffith gathered his most trusted warriors, Raiden among them, and they delved into the depths of the earth. The air grew thick with the stench of decay and forbidden magic as they descended, the walls adorned with eldritch symbols that seemed to writhe and twist in the torchlight. In the heart of the catacombs, they found the inner sanctum of the Order, a vast chamber dominated by a swirling vortex of dark energy, at the center of which floated a pulsing crimson behelit, the egg of the king. High Priest Malachar, his face hidden beneath a mask of human skin, stood before the vortex, arms raised in triumph. "You are too late, Hawk King. The awakening of Void is at hand." With a cry of rage, Raiden charged forward, his sword clashing against Malachar's staff. The two dueled amidst the swirling energies, each strike sending sparks of arcane power flying. As Raiden fought, he caught glimpses of the battle raging around him. Griffith, locked in combat with the towering Demon Prince. The Skull Knight, his sword of thorns carving through reality itself as he battled to close the portal. With a final, desperate lunge, Raiden's blade found Malachar's heart. The High Priest fell, his blood spilling onto the ancient stones. But it was too late. The vortex pulsed, and from its depths emerged a being of such cosmic horror that Raiden's mind reeled at the sight. Void, first of the Godhead, had awakened. As reality itself seemed to warp and twist around the eldritch abomination, Griffith stepped forward. In that moment, Raiden saw not the charismatic leader he had come to admire, but something else entirely, something both terrifying and awe-inspiring. "I am the Hawk of Light." Griffith's voice resonated with power beyond mortal ken. "And I say thee nay, Void. This world is under my protection." What followed was a battle beyond human comprehension. Griffith and Void clashed on planes of existence that Raiden's mortal eyes could barely perceive. The fabric of reality groaned under the weight of their conflict. In the end, it was not by sword or spell that the day was won, As Void reached out to claim dominion over the mortal realm, Griffith made the ultimate sacrifice. He plunged Frostmourne into his own heart, channeling the power of his own godhood to seal Void away once more. As the dust settled and the survivors emerged from the catacombs, Raiden looked upon a changed world. Falconia lay in ruins, its gleaming towers toppled. The Hawk King was gone, having given his life to save the world he had sought to rule. Yet as the sun rose on a new day, Raiden saw hope in the eyes of those around him. They had faced the darkness and emerged, battered but unbroken. And in that moment, he knew that his journey was far from over. For as long as there was light, there would be those who would stand against the encroaching dark. The tale of the Hawk King and the slumbering god would be told for generations to come. And always, it would end with a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, hope endures. For in Falconia, city of dreams and nightmares, a new legend had been born. Story 3, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where ancient trees towered like silent sentinels and the very air thrummed with arcane energy, Lyra stood alone. Her emerald eyes, flecked with gold, scanned the shadowy undergrowth, her pointed ears twitching at every rustle and snap. The elven warrior's exile weighed heavily upon her, a mantle of shame and determination that drove her ever onward. The forest floor was soft beneath her feet, centuries of fallen leaves creating a natural carpet that muffled her steps. Lyra's hand rested on the hilt of her sword, its familiar way to comfort in this land that had once been home, but now felt alien and hostile. A sudden gust of wind sent leaves swirling around her, and with it came a whisper, barely audible yet unmistakable. Twilight's Edge, the name of the legendary blade she sought, the Sword of Twilight, said to possess the power to mend the veil between realms. Lyra's grip tightened on her sword. The Sword of Twilight was more than just a weapon. It was her people's last hope. With each passing day, the barriers between the mortal world and the demon realm weakened. Already, dark creatures slipped through the cracks, terrorizing villages and laying waste to once peaceful lands. As she pressed deeper into the forest, the trees began to change. Their bark darkened, twisted into grotesque shapes that seemed to leer at her as she passed. The air grew thick and oppressive, laden with the stench of decay and sulfur. Lyra's heart raced. She knew these signs all too well. A demonic incursion was near. Suddenly, the forest erupted into chaos. Shadowy forms burst from the undergrowth, their razor-sharp claws rending the air. Lyra's sword sang as she drew it, the enchanted steel glowing with a soft blue light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. She danced among the demons, her blade a blur of motion. Each strike was precise, each movement calculated. Yet for every foe she felled, two more seemed to take its place. The tide of battle was turning against her. Just as exhaustion began to set in, a dark figure burst from the shadows. Clad in black armor that seemed to drink in the light, a massive sword held easily in one hand, the newcomer waded into the fray with terrifying efficiency. Demons fell like wheat before a scythe, their otherworldly shrieks cut short by the stranger's blade. In moments, the forest clearing was silent once more, save for the heavy breathing of the two warriors. Lyra held her sword at the ready, eyeing the black-armored figure warily. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite her racing heart. The figure turned, and Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The face that looked back at her was human, yet marked by a network of scars that spoke of countless battles. But it was the eyes that truly captured her attention, eyes that burned with an inner fire, holding both great pain and indomitable will. "I am called the Black Knight." The man's voice was rough, as if unused to speech. "And you, elf, are far from your homeland." Lyra lowered her sword slightly, but remained on guard. "I am Lyra, once of the Silverleaf clan. My home is lost to me now." The Black Knight nodded, a flicker of understanding passing across his scarred features. "Exile," he said, the word heavy with meaning. "A fate we share, it seems." Before Lyra could respond, a tremor ran through the ground. The trees around them groaned, their branches twisting unnaturally. The air shimmered, and for a moment, Lyra caught a glimpse of another world superimposed over their own hellish landscape of fire and twisted metal. "The veil weakens," the Black Knight growled, his grip tightening on his massive sword. "We cannot linger here," Lyra nodded, her mission taking on new urgency. "I seek the Sword of Twilight," she said, watching the knight carefully for his reaction. "It is said to have the power to mend the rifts between worlds." For a long moment, the Black Knight was silent, his burning gaze fixed on Lyra. Then, to her surprise, he laughed a harsh, grating sound that seemed to surprise even him. "Fate has a twisted sense of humor," he said, shaking his head. "I too seek the Sword of Twilight, though for different reasons, I suspect." Lyra's curiosity was piqued, but before she could question him further, another tremor shook the forest. This time, the shimmer in the air did not fade. A rift was opening, and through it poured a host of demons, their eyes gleaming with malevolent hunger. "We fight together, or we die alone," the Black Knight said, raising his sword. Lyra nodded, falling into a fighting stance beside him. Together then. What followed was a battle that would be sung of in taverns and great halls for generations to come. The elven exile and the cursed knight, standing back to back against a tide of darkness. Lyra's blade danced and wove, each strike precise and deadly. The Black Knight's massive sword cleaved through demon flesh and bone alike, its dark metal seeming to devour the very essence of their foes. As they fought, Lyra began to notice something strange. With each demon the Black Knight slew, the fire in his eyes seemed to burn brighter, and his movements became more frenzied. It was as if the act of killing the creatures awakened something within him, something dark and terrible. Finally, as the last demon fell and the rift slowly began to close, the Black Knight let out a roar that was more beast than man. He fell to his knees, his body shaking with barely contained energy. Lyra approached cautiously, her sword still at the ready. "What manner of curse afflicts you?" she asked, her voice soft but firm. The knight looked up at her, and in his eyes, Lyra saw a battle being waged man against monster, will against primal fury. "I was one of them," he managed to growl out. "An apostle, a human who sacrificed everything for power. But I broke free. Now I fight against what I once was. But the hunger, it never truly leaves," understanding dawned on Lyra. The Black Knight sought the Sword of Twilight not to save the world, but to end his own torment. Yet in doing so, he fought against the very forces that threatened to tear reality apart. In that moment, Lyra made a decision that would alter the course of fate itself. She extended her hand to the kneeling warrior. "Then we shall seek the sword together," she said. For the sake of both our quests, the Black Knight stared at her offered hand for a long moment before grasping it in his own. As he rose to his feet, Lyra felt the weight of destiny settling upon her shoulders. Their paths, so different yet intertwined, now led to a single goal. Together, they set out from the demon-infested forest, an unlikely alliance forged in battle and bound by a shared purpose. Their journey would take them across vast deserts where the sun bleached bones white, through mountains so high the air itself became thin as a whisper, and into the depths of ancient ruins where nameless horrors slumbered. At each step, they faced challenges that tested not only their strength and skill, but the very bonds of their partnership. Lyra learned to trust in the Black Knight's ferocity, to see the man beneath the monster, and the knight, in turn, found in Lyra a reminder of the humanity he fought so desperately to retain. As they traveled, they gathered allies to their cause. Mira, a sorceress with eyes like starlit nights and powers that could reshape reality itself. Thorn, a grizzled dwarf whose axe had tasted the blood of 1,000 demons. Even Zephyr, a young dragon barely out of its egg, who sensed in their quest a chance to prove its worth. Each new companion brought with them their own stories, their own reasons for joining the fight against the encroaching darkness. And with each victory, each sealed rift and vanquished demon horde, hope began to flourish once more in the hearts of those they protected. But the forces of chaos did not sit idle. The God Hand, those terrible beings that ruled over the demon realm, had taken notice of the knight who had escaped their grasp and the elf who dared to challenge their dominion. They sent their most fearsome apostles to stop them, each confrontation more harrowing than the last. Through it all, Lyra and the Black Knight's resolve never wavered. They pressed on, their bond growing stronger with each shared hardship and triumph. And as they drew ever closer to the resting place of the Sword of Twilight, Lyra began to realize that perhaps the true power to mend the world lay not in any magical blade, but in the connections forged between those who dared to stand against the darkness. The final battle loomed before them, a confrontation that would determine the fate of both realms. As Lyra stood on the precipice of destiny, the Black Knight at her side, and their allies gathered around them, she knew that whatever the outcome, their journey had already changed the world. For in their quest, they had kindled a light of hope that no demon could extinguish. And so, with hearts full of determination and the weight of two worlds upon their shoulders, Lyra and the Black Knight stepped forward to face their destiny, ready to write the final chapter in their epic tale. Story 4. In the mist-shrouded port city of Vertanis, where ancient stone met restless sea, Scarlet stood at the edge of the world. The salty breeze tugged at her flame-red hair as she gazed out at the horizon, her emerald eyes searching for a glimpse of hope in a world teetering on the brink of oblivion. The bustling docks behind her told a tale of two cities, one of vibrant trade and laughter, the other of whispered fears and furtive glances at the darkening sky. For Scarlet, once a renowned mercenary, now found herself at the center of a storm that threatened to engulf not just Vertanis, but the entire world. It had begun 3 nights ago, in the depths of the city's sprawling marketplace. Scarlet had been haggling over the price of a new dagger when her hand brushed against an ancient amulet, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to writhe and dance in the flickering lamplight. The moment her skin made contact, visions exploded behind her eyes, visions of a world consumed by eternal darkness, of demons walking the earth, of an eclipse that never ended. Now, as she stood at the harbor's edge, the weight of that amulet hung heavy around her neck. Its magic thrummed against her skin, a constant reminder of the fate that awaited them all if she failed to act. Scarlet, the gruff voice cut through her reverie. She turned to see Grimjaw, a towering berserker with arms like tree trunks and a beard that could house small birds. His eyes, usually alight with battle lust, now held a somber gleam. The others are gathered. It's time. With a nod, Scarlet followed him through the winding streets of Vertanis. The city seemed to hold its breath as they passed, as if sensing the gravity of what was to come. They made their way to the Siren's Song, a tavern that had seen better days, but now served as their impromptu war room. Inside, gathered around a table strewn with maps and ancient tomes, waited the unlikeliest group of heroes the world had ever seen. Lyra, an elven witch exiled from her homeland, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight. Thorn, a dwarf whose skill with explosives was matched only by his appetite for ale. And in the shadows, barely visible save for the glint of his obsidian blade, lurked Raven, a man who had once been an apostle of the God Hand, but who now fought against the very darkness that had birthed him. As Scarlet approached, all eyes turned to her. The weight of their expectations pressed down upon her shoulders, heavier than any armor she had ever worn. "Show us," Lyra said softly, her voice carrying the lilt of the ancient elven forests. Taking a deep breath, Scarlet placed her hand on the amulet. The world around them seemed to ripple and distort as the visions poured forth, visions of a future where the sun never rose, where twisted creatures roamed freely, where humanity cowered in the ruins of once great cities. When the images faded, a heavy silence fell over the room. It was Raven who broke it, his voice a rasp that sent shivers down Scarlet's spine. "The eternal eclipse. I've heard whispers, but never thought to see it in my lifetime." Thorn slammed his tankard on the table, ale sloshing over the rim. "Bah, we've faced worse, haven't we? What's one more apocalypse to add to the tally?" But Scarlet could see the fear behind his bravado. She felt it herself, a cold knot in the pit of her stomach. Yet along with that fear came a surge of determination. This ragtag group might be the world's last hope, and she'd be damned if she'd let it slip away. "The visions showed me more than just the end," she said, her voice steady despite the trembling in her hands. "They showed me a way to prevent it. On the Isle of Mists, there's an ancient elven artifact, the Twilight Shard. With it, we might be able to seal the rifts between worlds and stop the eclipse before it begins." Lyra's eyes widened. "The Isle of Mists? But it's been lost for centuries. Hidden behind veils of magic and treacherous waters, Scarlet allowed herself a small smile. That's where you come in, Lyra. Your elven magic, combined with the amulet's power. I think we can find a way, and so began a journey that would be sung of in taverns and whispered around campfires for generations to come. The unlikely band of heroes set sail from Britannis aboard the Stormbreaker, a ship as battered and defiant as its crew. Their voyage was fraught with peril from the very beginning. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon, unnatural in their fury. Sea serpents, drawn by the power of the amulet, rose from the depths to challenge them. And always, they could feel the gaze of darker powers upon them, the God Hand and their apostles, determined to see the eclipse come to pass. Through it all, Scarlet and her companions forged a bond stronger than steel. Grimjaw's berserker rage proved as effective against sea monsters as it had on land. Thorn's explosives cleared a path through treacherous reefs. Lyra's magic guided them through fog banks that would have driven ordinary sailors mad. And Raven fought with the desperation of a man seeking redemption, his blade a blur as he held back the forces of his former masters. But it was not just external forces they battled. Each of them carried their own demons, their own fears and regrets. In the quiet moments between conflicts, Scarlet learned their stories. Lyra, exiled for daring to love a human. Thorn, the last of his clan, carrying the weight of his people's legacy. Grimjaw, haunted by the lives he had taken in his battle frenzy. And Raven, forever fighting against the darkness within himself, terrified that one day he might give in to the call of his apostle nature. As for Scarlet herself, she grappled with the enormity of the task before her. The visions granted by the amulet grew more frequent and intense with each passing day. She saw countless possible futures, each more horrifying than the last. The fate of the world rested on her shoulders, and there were moments when she feared she would buckle under the weight. It was during one such moment of doubt that fate intervened. A monstrous kraken, its tentacles large enough to crush ships whole, rose from the depths to attack the Stormbreaker. As her companions fought desperately to keep the beast at bay, Scarlet found herself knocked overboard, dragged down into the inky blackness of the sea. As she sank, certain that this was to be her end, a strange calm came over her. The amulet around her neck began to glow, its light piercing the darkness. And in that moment, Scarlet understood. The visions, the quest, the gathering of this unlikely group, it had all been leading to this moment. With a surge of will she didn't know she possessed, Scarlet grasped the amulet and channeled its power. The sea around her began to churn and glow. The kraken's tentacles, reaching for her companions above, suddenly recoiled as if burned. And from the depths of the ocean rose an island shrouded in mist, the Isle of Mists, hidden for centuries, now revealing itself to those who would save the world. As Scarlet broke the surface, gasping for air, she saw the awe on her companions' faces. The Stormbreaker, battered but unbroken, sailed into the mystical fog that surrounded the island. They had found their destination, but the true test was yet to come. The Isle of Mists was a place of wonder and danger. Ancient elven ruins stood side by side with primal forests that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. The very air crackled with magic, and each step brought new marvels and new perils. They battled guardian spirits and solved riddles left by long-dead elven sages. Traps nearly claimed their lives a dozen times over. But at last, in the heart of a grove that seemed to exist halfway between their world and the realm of dreams, they found it, the Twilight Shard. A crystal no larger than Scarlet's palm, yet within it swirled the power to reshape reality itself. As Scarlet reached for the shard, the sky above them split open. The God Hand, those terrible beings that lurked beyond the veil of reality, made their presence known. The very fabric of the world seemed to warp and twist around them. What followed was a battle beyond mortal comprehension. Scarlet and her companions fought not just for their lives, but for the fate of every living being. Grimjaw's axe clashed against weapons forged in realms of nightmare. Thorn's explosives tore holes in reality itself. Lyra's magic wove shields of starlight against the encroaching darkness. And Raven faced his former masters, his blade drinking deep of apostle blood. In the end, it came down to Scarlet, With her companions providing a last, desperate defense, she raised the twilight shard high. The amulet around her neck pulsed in harmony with the crystal, and Scarlet felt power beyond imagining course through her veins. With a cry that echoed across worlds, she brought the shard down. Reality itself seemed to shudder and crack. For a moment that stretched into eternity, Scarlet saw every possible future laid out before her, worlds of darkness, worlds of light, and everything in between. And then, with a sound like the birth of a universe, the rift sealed. The god hand's howls of rage faded into nothingness. The sky above cleared, revealing a sun that seemed brighter than ever before. As Scarlet looked at her companions, bloodied, exhausted, but alive, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. They had done it. The eternal eclipse had been averted. The world, with all its beauty and horror, would continue to turn. But even as relief washed over her, Scarlet knew their journey was far from over. For as long as darkness threatened the light, there would be need for heroes willing to stand against it. And as she gazed at the faces of those who had become more than comrades, who had become family, she knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. For in the end, it was not the power of ancient artifacts or elven magic that had saved the world. It was the strength found in unlikely friendships, the courage to face one's own demons, and the unwavering determination to fight for a better tomorrow. And those, Scarlet realized, were the most powerful magics of all. Story 5. In the twilight realm of Midland, where reality itself seemed to bleed at the edges, Siegfried stood atop a crumbling watchtower. His once gleaming armor was now tarnished and scarred, a reflection of the soul within. The wind howled around him, carrying with it the distant screams of a world in agony. For years uncounted, Siegfried had been a loyal servant of the God Hand, an apostle of unparalleled might. He had reveled in the carnage, drunk deep from the cup of chaos. But now, as he gazed upon the twisted landscape below, all he felt was a gnawing emptiness. The eclipse had come and gone, leaving in its wake a world forever changed. The sky above was a swirling maelstrom of crimson and black, punctuated by flashes of eldritch lightning. The once verdant fields of Midland were now a wasteland of ash and bone, where monstrous creatures stalked the ruins of civilization. And through it all, Siegfried remembered. He remembered the faces of those he had slaughtered, their terrified screams as he tore them apart. He remembered the intoxicating rush of power that came with each sacrifice. But most of all, he remembered the moment when the veil of madness had lifted, and he had seen clearly for the first time the true horror of what he had become. Now, as he stood on the precipice between two worlds, Siegfried made a choice. He would seek redemption, or he would find oblivion trying. With a leap that defied human limitations, Siegfried descended from the tower. His feet had barely touched the ground when the first demon attacked, a writhing mass of tentacles and teeth. Once, Siegfried would have reveled in such a challenge. Now, he met it with grim determination. His sword, Requiem, sang through the air, its blade glowing with an inner light that seemed to pain the darkness around it. The demon fell in pieces, its unholy flesh sizzling where Requiem had touched it. As Siegfried pressed on through the blighted landscape, more of his former brethren came to challenge him. Apostles, drunk on the power granted by their demonic patrons, hurled themselves at him in a frenzy of claws and fangs. But Siegfried had been the mightiest among them, and even in his quest for redemption, that strength had not left him. For days he traveled, each step taking him further from the heart of darkness and closer to what? Siegfried did not know. Redemption seemed an impossible dream, and yet he pressed on, driven by a need he could not fully articulate. It was on the 7th day of his journey that fate intervened. As Siegfried crested a hill overlooking a vast, dead forest, he heard something that stopped him in his tracks. The clash of steel on steel, the roar of inhuman voices, and underneath it all, the unmistakable sound of human defiance. Moving with preternatural speed, Siegfried raced towards the source of the commotion. In a clearing at the forest's edge, he found a scene that stirred something long dormant within him. A small group of humans, armed with little more than courage and desperation, stood in a tight circle. They were surrounded by a horde of lesser demons, with more closing in by the second. At the center of the human group, a figure in battered armor wielded a massive sword with deadly precision. Siegfried's eyes widened in recognition. Guts, the black swordsman. Once they had been bitter enemies. Now, seeing him stand defiantly against the tide of darkness, Siegfried felt something akin to admiration. Without conscious thought, Siegfried threw himself into the fray. Requiem flashed in the eerie light, cleaving through demon flesh with terrible efficiency. The humans, momentarily stunned by his sudden appearance, quickly rallied. When the last demon fell and silence descended upon the clearing, Siegfried found himself face to face with Guts. The black swordsman's one good eye narrowed in recognition and hatred. "You," Guts growled, his massive sword, the dragon's lair, rising to point at Siegfried's heart. Siegfried dropped Requiem and spread his hands. "I am not what I was," he said, his voice rough from disuse. "I seek atonement." For a long moment, the only sound was the wind whistling through the dead trees. Then, unexpectedly, a laugh rang out. A woman with short, dark hair stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with a mix of madness and mirth. "Atonement? An apostle seeking redemption. Now I've seen everything," she said, her voice tinged with bitter amusement. Koska, Guts warned, but there was a note of uncertainty in his voice. Siegfried met Guts' gaze squarely. "I remember what I was, what I did. I cannot undo it, but perhaps I can help prevent it from happening again." The standoff might have lasted forever, if not for the sudden, piercing cry that split the air. All heads turned to see a young woman with flowing silver hair stumble into the clearing, her eyes wide with terror. "They're coming," she gasped. "The god hand. They've found us." The very air seemed to grow heavy, reality warping around them as the presence of beings beyond mortal comprehension made itself known. Siegfried felt their call, the siren song of power and madness that had once consumed him. But this time, he stood firm. "I know their weaknesses," he said, snatching up Requiem. "If you would have my aid, it is yours." Guts' face was a mask of conflicting emotions, but as the sky above began to tear open, revealing glimpses of realms beyond human understanding, he made his decision. "Fight with us," he growled. "But know this, if you betray us, I'll send you to hell myself." What followed was a battle that would be spoken of in whispers for generations to come. The God Hand, those terrible beings that lurked beyond the veil of reality, sent wave after wave of their most fearsome servants against the small band of survivors. Siegfried fought alongside those he had once hunted, his sword Requiem, singing a hymn of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Guts, a whirlwind of destruction, his massive blade cleaving through reality itself. Koska, her mind fractured but her spirit unbroken, moved with a grace that belied the horrors she had endured. And there were others. Serpico, a swordsman whose speed seemed to defy the laws of nature. Isidro, a young thief whose bravery outweighed his sense of self-preservation. Farnese, once a zealot, now a fledgling witch whose growing powers pushed back the tide of darkness. As the battle raged, Siegfried found himself fighting side by side with Shirk, the young witch who had sounded the alarm. Her magic, fueled by the ancient spirits of the earth, complemented his own twisted powers in ways he could never have imagined. "The Crimson Behelit," Shirk shouted over the din of battle. "It's the key to undoing all of this. If we can find it." Her words were cut short as a massive, draconic demon descended upon them. Siegfried moved without thinking, placing himself between the beast and the young witch. Requiem bit deep into the creature's flesh, but not before its claws raked across Siegfried's chest, tearing through armor and flesh alike. As he fell, Siegfried saw Guts leap impossibly high, the dragon's lair coming down in a terrible arc that split the demon from head to tail. Then darkness took him. Siegfried awoke to the sound of waves lapping against a shore. He found himself lying on a beach of black sand, the others gathered around him. His wounds, which should have been fatal, were healing before his eyes. "Your apostle nature," Shirk explained, seeing his confusion. "It saved you, but it's fading." Indeed, Siegfried could feel it. The inhuman power that had been both his strength and his curse was ebbing away. In its place, he felt something he had not experienced and an age hope. Gut stood at the water's edge, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "The crimson behelit," he said, his voice carrying a weight of destiny. "It's out there, somewhere beyond the sea. If we can find it, we might be able to undo all of this." To challenge the god hand on their own ground, Siegfried struggled to his feet, leaning on Requiem for support. "Then that is where we must go," he said. As the ragtag band of survivors prepared to embark on a journey into the unknown, Siegfried felt a sense of purpose he had long thought lost. The road ahead would be fraught with danger, the odds stacked impossibly against them. But for the first time in countless years, he dared to believe in the possibility of redemption. For in this world of endless night, where hope seemed a distant memory, a small flame had been kindled. And Siegfried, once the herald of destruction, now pledged his sword to keep that flame alive. As they set sail into the churning, demon-infested seas, Siegfried cast one last look at the twisted landscape of Midland. The world had been broken, yes, but perhaps, just perhaps, it was not beyond saving. And so began a new chapter in the epic saga of the Crimson Behelit, a tale of unlikely allies, of battles against impossible odds, and of the enduring power of the human spirit in the face of cosmic horror. For in a world where gods and demons vied for supremacy, it would be the choices of mortals that would shape the fate of all. Story 6. In the heart of the mystical realm of Avaloria, where ancient magic still lingered in the very air, the ethereal forest stood as a testament to the power of nature untamed. Its towering trees, their bark shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence, reached towards the heavens, their canopy a tapestry of emerald and gold. For centuries, this sacred woodland had thrived, a sanctuary for creatures both mundane and magical. But now a creeping darkness threatened to consume it all. Lilith, a young sorceress with hair as white as moonlight and eyes that shimmered like polished amethysts, stood at the forest's edge, her slender fingers tracing the rough bark of a dying tree. She could feel the forest's pain, a dull ache that resonated through her very being. The Elven King's summons still echoed in her mind, a desperate plea to save his realm from an ancient curse that was slowly but surely devouring the ethereal forest. As she took her first steps into the woodland, the air around her seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. Wisps of spectral light danced between the trees, their ethereal forms casting strange shadows on the forest floor. Lilith's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. This was her chance to prove herself, to show the world that her powers were more than parlor tricks and minor enchantments. The forest path twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the heart of the woodland. As she walked, Lilith noticed the signs of decay becoming more pronounced. Leaves withered and fell from their branches, their once vibrant colors fading to ashen gray. The very ground beneath her feet seemed to crumble and rot, releasing a noxious vapor that made her eyes water. It was then that she heard the sound of steel clashing against steel, punctuated by guttural roars and desperate cries. Lilith quickened her pace, her curiosity overcoming her caution. As she crested a small hill, she found herself witness to a fierce battle. A group of mercenaries, their armor stained with blood and grime, fought against a pack of twisted creatures that seemed born from nightmare itself. At the center of the fray stood a man who could only be their leader, a towering figure with raven black hair and a massive sword that seemed to cleave through the air itself. Lilith watched in awe as the warrior moved with deadly grace, his blade a blur of motion as it cut down foe after foe. There was something almost inhuman about his strength and speed, a ferocity that bordered on madness. As the last of the creatures fell, the man turned, his eyes locking with Lilith's. In that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine, for in those eyes she saw not just the hardness of a seasoned warrior, but a darkness that seemed to mirror the very curse consuming the forest. "Who are you?" The man growled, his sword still dripping with the black ichor of the fallen beasts. Lilith straightened her back, summoning every ounce of courage she possessed. "I am Lilith, sorceress of the Crystal Spire. I've been sent by the Elven King to break the curse upon this forest." A mirthless laugh escaped the warrior's lips. "A curse, you say? Girl, you have no idea what you're dealing with. This forest is dying, and no amount of magic will save it, And who are you to make such a claim? Lilith challenged, her own power flaring to life around her hands. The man's companions shifted uneasily, their eyes darting between their leader and the young sorceress. Finally, the warrior spoke, his voice laden with a weariness that seemed at odds with his fierce demeanor. I am Guts, leader of the Band of the Hawk, and if you truly wish to save this cursed place, you'll need more than just magic. You'll need blood, steel, and the willingness to stare into the abyss itself. Thus began an unlikely alliance between Lilith, the idealistic young sorceress, and Guts, the battle-hardened mercenary. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the ethereal forest, Lilith found herself both drawn to and repelled by the enigmatic warrior. His strength was undeniable, his skill in battle unmatched, but there was a darkness within him that seemed to resonate with the very curse they sought to break. Their path led them through treacherous bogs where will-o-wisps danced above fetid waters, luring the unwary to their doom. They battled against twisted dryads, once guardians of the forest, now corrupted by the spreading taint. With each step, the forest seemed to close in around them, branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, roots threatening to trip and ensnare. As they made camp one night, huddled around a small fire that barely held the encroaching shadows at bay, Lilith finally gathered the courage to ask the question that had been burning in her mind. Guts, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. What happened to you? How did you come to bear such darkness? For a long moment, the warrior said nothing, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and filled with a pain that seemed to transcend mere physical wounds. I bear the brand of sacrifice, he said, pulling aside his cloak to reveal a strange mark etched into his flesh. It marks me as one who has looked into the face of true evil and survived. But survival comes at a cost, as Guts recounted his tale-less story of betrayal, loss, and a relentless quest for vengeance. Lilith felt her heart breaking for the man. She began to understand the weight he carried, the constant battle against the darkness that threatened to consume him. Their journey continued, each day bringing new horrors and challenges. They faced corrupted beasts with too many eyes and limbs that moved in impossible ways. They navigated through groves where reality itself seemed to warp and twist, threatening to trap them in endless loops of madness. But as they pressed on, Lilith noticed something changing within Guts. The edge of his rage seemed to dull, if only slightly. In moments of quiet, she caught glimpses of a man who might have been, had fate not dealt him such a cruel hand. It was during one such moment, as they rested beside a crystalline stream that somehow remained untouched by the curse, that Guts revealed the true nature of their quest. The source of this curse, he said, his voice uncharacteristically soft, it's tied to my past, to the God Hand and their apostles. By coming here, I've brought their attention to this place, the forest's death. It's my fault. Lilith's heart raced as the pieces fell into place. The curse, the twisted creatures, the very darkness that seemed to cling to Guts like a second skin, it was all connected. She realized then that saving the forest and saving Guts were one and the same task. Their final push towards the heart of the forest was a blur of battle and magic. Lilith's powers grew with each encounter, fueled by her determination to save both the woodland and the man who had, against all odds, become dear to her. Guts fought with a renewed purpose, his massive sword cleaving through hordes of demons, as if they were nothing more than paper. At last, they reached the center of the ethereal forest, where an ancient tree, larger than any they had seen before, stood as the last bastion against the encroaching darkness. Its trunk was marred by a pulsing, corrupt growth that seemed to beat like a heart of pure malevolence. It was here that they faced their greatest challenge, a being of shadow and malice that bore the face of Guts' past, taunting him with memories of his darkest moments. Lilith watched in horror as Guts struggled against not just a physical foe, but the very demons of his own soul. In that moment of desperation, Lilith made a choice. Drawing upon every ounce of her power, she reached out not to attack the shadow creature, but to touch Guts' very essence. Her magic enveloped him, a soothing balm against the raging storm of his inner turmoil. Through their connection, Lilith saw flashes of Guts past the betrayals, the losses, the constant struggle against forces beyond mortal comprehension. But she also saw his strength, his unyielding will, and the small flame of hope that still burned within him, no matter how dim. With a roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the forest, Guts broke free from the shadow's grasp. His sword, now glowing with an otherworldly light imbued by Lilith's magic, struck true. The shadow creature howled in agony as it was rent asunder, its essence dispersing like smoke on the wind. As the last vestiges of the curse faded away, the ethereal forest seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Color returned to the leaves, the sickly miasma dissipated, and the very air hummed with renewed life. Exhausted but triumphant, Lilith and Guts stood before the great tree, its trunk now free of corruption. The young sorceress turned to her companion, seeing him truly for the first time, not as the hardened warrior or the cursed berserker, but as a man who had faced unimaginable horrors and emerged, battered but unbroken. "What now?" Lilith asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Guts was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the first rays of dawn were beginning to paint the sky. When he finally spoke, there was a note in his voice that Lilith had never heard before. Hope. "Now," he said, a ghost of a smile tugging at his lips, "we forge our own path," as they set out from the ethereal forest, leaving behind the shadows of the past. Lilith realized that their journey was far from over. There would be more battles to fight, more curses to break. But for now, in this moment, she allowed herself to believe in the possibility of redemption for Guts, for herself, and for the world they would face together. The ethereal forest stood renewed, a testament to the power of unlikely alliances and the strength found in facing one's inner demons. And as Lilith and Guts walked side by side into the dawning day, the whispers of the forest seemed to follow them, a promise of adventures yet to come and a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope could bloom like the most delicate of flowers in the heart of an enchanted wood. Story 7. In the ancient kingdom of Midland, where stone castles pierced the sky and forests whispered secrets of old magic, a darkness loomed on the horizon. The air grew heavy with the scent of impending doom, as Zod the Immortal, a behemoth of legend, led an army of apostles towards the heart of the realm. Their march left a trail of desolation, villages reduced to ash and fields stained crimson with the blood of the fallen. Within the towering walls of Wyndham, the capital city, Prince Koska stood atop the ramparts, his obsidian eyes fixed on the distant flames that marked the apostles' advance. The weight of the kingdom's fate pressed upon his shoulders, a burden that seemed to age him beyond his years. His hand, calloused from years of swordplay, rested on the hilt of his blade, a gesture more habit than comfort now. As the council of elders bickered in the great hall, their voices a cacophony of fear and desperation, Koska's mind turned to the whispers he'd heard in the shadows of the castle. Tales of a warrior of unmatched strength, a being more demon than man, who dwelt in the treacherous peaks of the mountains of perdition. The Berserker, they called this mythical figure, a last hope for a kingdom on the brink of annihilation. With the weight of destiny upon him, Koska made his decision. Under the cover of night, he slipped away from the castle, a small band of loyal knights at his side. Their journey took them through lands untouched by the apostles' rampage, yet tainted by the knowledge of what was to come. As they ventured deeper into the wild, the landscape transformed. Lush forests gave way to craggy peaks, their jagged silhouettes like teeth against the sky. The air grew thin and cold, each breath a struggle as they ascended the treacherous slopes of the mountains of perdition. It was on the 7th day of their ascent that they encountered the first true test of their resolve. A monstrous creature, half bear and half something far more sinister, burst from a cavern with a roar that shook loose avalanches of stone. Koska's knights, brave men all, fell before its savage onslaught. In that moment of despair, as Koska prepared to meet his end, a figure emerged from the swirling snow, clad in armor that seemed forged from shadow itself. Wielding a sword that drank in the very light around it, the warrior moved with inhuman speed and precision. The beast fell, its blood steaming on the frozen ground, and Koska found himself face to face with the legend he sought. But the berserker was not what he expected. As the warrior removed their helm, Koska's eyes widened in shock. Before him stood not a man, but a woman, her face etched with the lines of countless battles and haunted by memories of unspeakable horrors. "I am Farnese," she spoke, her voice as cold and sharp as the mountain wind. "And you were a fool to seek me out, Prince of Midland." Koska, humbled by her prowess and shaken by the loss of his men, knelt before her. "We need your strength," he pleaded. "Zod the Immortal marches on our lands with an army of apostles. Without you, Midland will fall." A bitter laugh escaped Farnese's lips. "And why should I care for the fate of a kingdom that cast me out, that branded me a monster for doing what was necessary?" It was then that Koska saw the brand upon her neck, the mark of an inquisitor, one who had once hunted heretics and demons in the name of the Holy See. But there was something else there too, a deeper mark that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. "Because," Koska said, his voice growing stronger, "the fate of all humanity hangs in the balance. And because I believe that even one such as you, especially one such as you, deserves a chance at redemption." Those words seemed to strike a chord within Farnese. For a moment, the hardness in her eyes softened, revealing a glimpse of the woman she had once been, a zealot driven by faith, now lost in a world of gray morality. "Redemption," she murmured, the word foreign on her tongue. "A pretty notion, but one I abandoned long ago." Yet, despite her words, Farnese agreed to accompany Koska back to Midland. As they descended the treacherous slopes, an uneasy alliance formed between the disgraced Inquisitor and the desperate prince. Their journey back to Wyndham was fraught with danger. Apostles, sensing the approach of the Berserker, launched ambushes from shadow-cloaked ravines and mist-shrouded forests. In these battles, Koska witnessed the true extent of Farnese's power. Her sword moved faster than the eye could follow, cleaving through demonic flesh as if it were parchment. But it was more than mere skill. There was a rage within her, a berserk fury that seemed to consume everything in its path. As they fought side by side, Koska began to understand the weight of the curse Farnese bore. The very power that made her invincible in battle threatened to consume her humanity. Each time she unleashed her berserker rage, it became harder for her to return to herself. It was during a rare moment of peace, as they camped beneath the boughs of an ancient oak, that Farnese finally spoke of her past. She told Koska of her days as an inquisitor, of the atrocities she had committed in the name of faith. And she spoke of her fall from grace, of the moment she had donned the berserker armor to fight an enemy beyond human comprehension. "The armor is both blessing and curse," she explained, her fingers tracing the intricate runes etched into her breastplate. "It grants me strength beyond measure, but at the cost of my sanity. Each time I use it, I lose a piece of myself." Koska listened in silence, his heart heavy with the realization of what he was asking of this woman. Yet he knew that without her, Midland, and perhaps all of humanity, was doomed. As they neared the capital, they found a land transformed by war. Fields lay barren, villages stood empty, and the very air seemed to tremble with the approach of Zod's horde. In Wyndham, the atmosphere was one of grim determination, tinged with despair. The sight of the berserker, however, kindled a spark of hope in the eyes of the defenders. It was on the eve of battle that an ancient prophecy, long forgotten in the dusty tomes of the royal library, came to light. It spoke of a time when darkness would threaten to engulf the world, and of a warrior born of both light and shadow who would stand against the tide. As Koska read these words, his eyes were drawn to Farnese, and he began to wonder if perhaps her path to redemption was intertwined with the fate of the kingdom itself. The battle, when it came, was a maelstrom of chaos and carnage. Zod's apostles crashed against the walls of Wyndham like a tide of nightmares made flesh. Koska fought with all the skill and courage he possessed, rallying his troops and standing firm against impossible odds. But it was Farnese who turned the tide. Clad in her berserker armor, she became a whirlwind of destruction, cutting through the ranks of apostles as if they were wheat before the scythe. Zod himself, sensing a worthy opponent, descended from the skies to face her. Their duel was a clash of titan, each blow resonating with the force of a thunderclap. Farnese's berserker rage met Zod's immortal fury, and the very foundations of Wyndham trembled at their contest. As Koska watched, fighting his own desperate battle against the horde, he saw Farnese pushed to the very limits of her humanity. In the final moments of their confrontation, As Zod prepared to deliver a killing blow, Casca's voice rang out across the battlefield. "Farnese," he cried, "remember who you are. Remember why you fight." Those words, a lifeline cast into the maelstrom of her rage, reached something deep within Farnese's soul. With a cry that seemed to shake the heavens themselves, she broke free from the Berserker's mindless fury. Her next strike, guided by skill and purpose rather than blind rage, found its mark. Zod the Immortal, for the first time in centuries, knew fear. As the Apostle General fell, his army broke and scattered. The defenders of Midland, reinvigorated by this miraculous turn of events, drove the remaining FOs from their lands. Victory, against all odds, was theirs. In the aftermath of the battle, as the people of Midland began the long process of rebuilding, Casca found Farnese standing alone atop the castle ramparts. The Berserker armor lay at her feet, its power quiescent for now. "What will you do now?" Casca asked, joining her in gazing out over the war-torn landscape. Farnese was silent for a long moment, her eyes distant. When she spoke, there was a new quality to her voice, a hint of the person she had once been, tempered by the hardships she had endured. "I will stay," she said simply. "This land, these people, they need protection. And perhaps in protecting them, I can find a measure of the redemption you spoke of." Casca nodded, a small smile touching his lips. He knew that the road ahead would not be easy. The threat of the apostles, though diminished, was not entirely gone. The prophecy's words still echoed in his mind, hinting at challenges yet to come. But as he stood there, the first light of dawn breaking over a Midland scarred but unbroken, Casca felt a surge of hope. With Farnese at their side, a warrior walking the knife's edge between light and shadow, perhaps they stood a chance against whatever darkness the future might hold. And so, as a new day dawned on the kingdom of Midland, the legend of the Berserker and the prince who called her back from the brink began to spread. It was a tale of redemption, of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, and of the unbreakable spirit of those who dared to stand against the encroaching night. A tale that would be told and retold for generations to come, in the grand halls of Wyndham and in the humblest village taverns, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope could be found in the most unlikely of places. Story 8. In the shadow of Mount Midland, where ancient spirits whispered tales of bygone eras, lay the village of Falconreach. Here, amidst thatched roofs and winding cobblestone streets, young Isidro dreamed of glory. Each night, he would gaze at the stars, imagining himself wielding a legendary blade, vanquishing demons, and etching his name into the annals of history. Little did Isidro know that fate was about to cast its enigmatic gaze upon him, forever altering the course of his life and the very fabric of the world he knew. It happened on a night when the moon hung low and full, casting an ethereal glow over the village. A figure appeared at the edge of town, his armor gleaming with an otherworldly light, his helmet fashioned in the visage of a skull. The Skull Knight, a legend whispered in taverns and around campfires, had come to Falconreach. The village erupted into a frenzy of excitement and fear. Some cowered in their homes, while others, including Isidro, gathered in the town square to witness the arrival of this mythical warrior. The Skull Knight's voice, when he spoke, seemed to echo from the depths of time itself. "I seek warriors brave enough to embark on a perilous quest," he proclaimed, his hollow eyes scanning the crowd. "To pierce the veil between worlds and rescue a soul trapped in the realm of the God Hand." A hush fell over the gathered villagers. The God Hand, the name alone, sent shivers down spines and raised gooseflesh on arms. They were beings of incomprehensible power, demons that ruled over the apostles and shaped the very fabric of causality. Isidro, his heart pounding with a mixture of terror and exhilaration, stepped forward. "I'll go," he declared, his voice cracking slightly. "I want to become the greatest swordsman in the world, and what better way than to face the God Hand themselves?" The Skull Knight's gaze fell upon the young man, and for a moment, Isidro felt as if his very soul was being weighed and measured. Then, with a nod that seemed to carry the weight of centuries, the knight accepted his offer. As dawn broke, Isidro found himself part of a small band of warriors, each drawn by the promise of glory or the desperation of having nothing left to lose. There was Koska, a fierce woman with eyes that spoke of unspeakable trauma. Serpico, a lithe swordsman whose smile never quite reached his eyes. And Farnese, a former holy knight seeking redemption for past sins. Their journey took them through landscapes that defied imagination. They traversed the misty valley, where reality itself seemed to warp and shift, and spirits of the lost wandered eternally. They fought their way through the forest of thorns, each branch and vine seeming to reach out with malevolent intent. As they traveled, Isidro found himself drawn to the Skull Knight, peppering him with questions about legendary battles and secret techniques. But there was something in the way the knight moved, in the timbre of his voice, that niggled at the back of Isidro's mind, a familiarity he couldn't quite place. It was during a brutal battle with a horde of apostles in the Shadowlands that the truth began to unravel. As the Skull Knight fought with inhuman grace and power, his helmet was knocked askew. For a brief moment, Isidro caught a glimpse of the face beneath not the skull he had expected, but the visage of a man with silver hair and eyes that burned with an inner fire. In that instant, Isidro knew. The legends he had grown up hearing, the tales of the White Hawk who had led the band of the Hawk to glory before his fateful fall, they were all true. The Skull Knight was none other than Griffith, the man who had sacrificed everything for his ambition. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Casca's eyes blazed with a mixture of hatred and longing, while Farnese and Serpico exchanged wary glances. But it was Isidro who confronted Griffith directly, his young heart torn between admiration for the legendary warrior and horror at the atrocities he had committed. "Why?" Isidro demanded, his voice raw with emotion. "Why are you trying to save Guts now, after everything you've done?" Griffith, for there was no point in maintaining the charade, any longer removed his helmet fully. His face, still beautiful despite the weight of his sins, was etched with a sorrow so profound it made Isidro's heart ache. "Because I was wrong," Griffith said simply, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of regret. "In my pursuit of my dream, I lost sight of what truly mattered. Guts. He was more than just my strongest warrior. He was my friend, my conscience. And I betrayed him in the worst way possible." As they made camp that night, Griffith shared the full tale of his fall and subsequent resurrection. He spoke of the eclipse, of the terrible choice he had made, and of the kingdom he had built atop a foundation of bones and betrayal. But he also spoke of the gnawing emptiness that had plagued him, the realization that his dream, once achieved, was hollow without those he had sacrificed to reach it. "I've spent years searching for a way to undo what I've done," Griffith concluded, his eyes fixed on the dancing flames of their campfire. "This quest, it's my last chance at redemption. My last chance to save Guts and, perhaps, save what remains of my own soul." The group's dynamics shifted in the wake of this revelation. Koska, who had once loved both Guts and Griffith, found herself torn between her desire for vengeance and the faint stirrings of hope for healing. Farnese and Serpico, both intimately familiar with the weight of past sins, found themselves re-evaluating their own paths to redemption. And Isidro, the young warrior to be found his black and white view of heroism challenged, forced to confront the complexities of a world where even legends could fall and seek redemption. Their final push into the realm of the God Hand was a nightmare made manifest. Reality twisted and warped around them, demons of every shape and size assailing them from all sides. Isidro fought with everything he had, his sword techniques honed by observation and desperation, proving that even a village boy could stand against the horrors of the abyss. At the heart of it all, they found Guts, or what remained of him. His soul, battered but unbroken, was held in a cage of pure malevolence. The God Hand themselves materialized, their forms too alien and terrifying for mortal minds to fully comprehend. What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Griffith, fueled by redemption and wielding powers both divine and demonic, clashed with his former masters. Casca's berserker rage was unleashed, her sword a blur of vengeance. Farnese's holy magic blazed against the darkness, while Serpico's wind techniques created chaos in the ranks of lesser demons. And Isidro, The boy who had dreamed of becoming the world's greatest swordsman found himself facing down a creature of pure nightmare, armed with nothing but his determination and the techniques he had gleaned from watching true masters at work. In the end, it was not raw power that turned the tide, but the bonds forged between unlikely allies. As Griffith struck the final blow against the god hand, shattering the barriers between realms, it was Isidro who reached out and grasped Gut's soul, pulling him back from the brink of oblivion. The return to the mortal realm was a blur of light and sensation. When Isidro's vision cleared, he found himself back in Falconreach, though the village seemed a lifetime away from the boy who had left on a grand adventure. Guts, restored but forever changed by his ordeal, regarded Griffith with a mixture of anger, sorrow, and something indefinable. The two men, once the closest of friends and the bitterest of enemies, stood facing each other in silence. It was Isidro who broke the tension, his voice filled with the wisdom of one who had seen both the heights of heroism and the depths of villainy. "The world isn't as simple as I thought," he said, looking between Guts and Griffith. "There's good and evil in all of us. It's the choices we make, the people we decide to be, that define us." Those words, spoken with the innocence of youth, yet weighted with hard-earned understanding, seemed to resonate with both men. Guts, his hand on the hilt of his massive sword, slowly relaxed his grip. Griffith, the weight of his past still heavy on his shoulders, bowed his head in acknowledgement of the long road to true redemption that lay ahead. As for Isidro, he realized that his journey to become the world's greatest swordsman had only just begun. But now he understood that true strength came not just from skill with a blade, but from the courage to face the complexities of the world in one's own heart. The tale of the fallen hawk's redemption and the boy who helped bridge the gap between bitter enemies would be told for generations to come. It served as a reminder that even in a world of stark brutality and cosmic horror, hope and the potential for redemption could be found in the most unlikely of places. And as the sun set on Falconreach, casting long shadows across the land, Isidro knew that his greatest adventures and his true path to becoming a legendary swordsman were only just beginning.